This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome on board the Dreamer vehicle here, heading south towards Chitwa, where it is a beautiful afternoon out and about. It is sunny and warm, but it looks like there are more clouds developing in the distance. Who knows what the weather will be providing for us, but I am not out alone on safari this afternoon. Trishal is out with Mpho on Dreamer as well. We've got Trico and Gert out in Ambion and Gala. Mike and Niels will be out in eco-training Pridelands, as well as Obakeng and BK in Tswalu Kalahari. And on that note, we welcome you on board your live African safari. Hello everybody, welcome on board my vehicle. It's a bit bumpy. Let me just give you 1 second before. Hello everybody, my name is Steve, joined by Johanna Camera. We made it down the hill safely and alive, and we are heading towards Chitwa. I hope you are having a wonderful afternoon, or morning, or evening, or wherever it might be. If you have any questions or comments, you know how to get through to us using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, @FC on YouTube. If you're under the age of 18, get your parents or guardians to send through an email to us at kidsquestions@wildearth.com. Alternatively, go and read it on the website on the live safari page. Oof. I can't actually explain to you how some of these roads need some effort, so I won't. I'll just keep driving and hopefully I don't kill Johan. We are heading towards Chitwa to see what we can find. Who knows what we might find out and about. It's warm this afternoon. What did it say? 31 degrees Celsius, 88 degrees Fahrenheit. Supposedly quite cold in Johannesburg. It's definitely not cold here. But I feel like it's going to be a cold winter because it's quite wet. Lots of moisture around. You wouldn't actually believe, if you transported yourself in time, you wouldn't think that this is March. You still can't even see how dense the vegetation is. It's still absolutely overgrown. Well, it is what it is. We need some herds of buffalo to move through. They will be coming. It'd be nice this afternoon, find some buffalo doing what they do best. Mowing the lawn, chopping it down, and bringing the ticks with them as well. So we're not excited about the ticks, but it is part and parcel of what happens with buffalo. Now, Unkuhumas were on Chitwa last night, apparently, so I want to go find them. Yes? No? Well, I'm afraid you have no choice. You're on my vehicle. We're going to Chitwa. Exciting times. I haven't seen the Unkuhumas in, I can't even remember. Probably one of you back home will be able to tell me when I last saw the Unkuhuma Pride. I can't actually remember when it was. Vicky, well, let's hope we can make it a stunning one for you. I have no doubt it's going to be. That just comes out of the woodwork. Let's just, shall we? always on the way somewhere, it's nice to check other places. And I haven't been on this little link road in a couple days. Okay, it seems like we're losing signal. Get around over to Tswalu Kalahari.
Good afternoon and welcome to Tswalu Kalahari. What we have here is some sociable weavers still hovering around their nests. Ginormous constructions that these guys would make, as BK cameraman gives you a perspective of how big these nests can be. I mean, you're looking at multiple chambers that these guys would construct, and up to probably taking a rough estimate of about maybe 200 birds in a nest of a size like that. So they are communal nest birds. Look at that. Very, very beautiful. Another warm day here at Tswalu Kalahari. My name is Obakeng, and as I've just mentioned, behind the camera is BK. Today, what I'm intending to do is try look for cats. This morning we did look for cheetah tracks, and we found cheetah tracks. We tracked it all morning, and we know where kind of the rough idea would be. So that's where I'm going to be heading for those cheetahs. 2 male cheetahs if we are lucky this afternoon. But look at, I mean, the continuous build of these nests. Each individual bringing just a tiny bit of grass every time. But over time, this becomes mega structures. Look at that. Listen to the sounds. Beautiful. Yesterday, around this time, I also introduced a bird, and I mentioned the sociable weavers, the pygmy falcon. Now, you can imagine birds that construct such mega structures with so many chambers. A pygmy falcon would actually inhabit one of those chambers. And as I mentioned before, it's a mutualistic relationship between the sociable weavers and the pygmy falcon itself. Now, how the mutualistic relationship unfolds is that the benefit of the falcon for the weavers is that it will take care of things like your snakes, your lizards, and other pests that could actually impose on the survival of the weavers. But on the contrary, your falcons or your pygmy falcons would almost depend on the construction of the nests, and that being shelter for the falcon. Obviously, there has been a few records where, or instances where the falcon itself can go for the weaver's chicks. Unfortunate, but I guess for the bigger picture, it's very mutualistic. Delpha, how much do I think this nest weighs? So at the particular tree that we are at, there's about 3 compartments or 3 little nests. One of them, I would say, easily 400 or 500 kilos. if I took a guess. And with the elements, at times where rain and so would come, it would weigh a little bit more because then it will trap that moisture. And you often find that with storms coming, because the tree stops actually photosynthesizing, that branch will start weakening or dying. And with the weight of that nest, when storms come, wind, moisture or rain, it becomes too heavy for the branch and the whole thing collapses. So they can be very, very heavy. It's still not the heaviest nests as per record. If my memory serves me correct, the heaviest nest recorded was of a hammerkop weighing up to about a ton. So that's very impressive for a bird that's not even sociable or as sociable as these sociable weavers could construct a nest of such weight. Very interesting question. So on that note, we are going to be leaving these sociable weavers and continue try find the cheetahs, as I said. And meanwhile we do that, we'll send you off to another very beautiful location in Africa. We'll be showing you the weather meantime.
I told you it was hot, everybody. The elephants are sleeping in the shade. Elephants will go through these activities once, maybe twice a day, especially when it's really warm. They might not seem sleepy to you, but they're standing in one spot, not eating, just flapping their ears. It's essentially sleep. Essentially sleep. They're all over the place here, just on our southern boundary, waiting for it to cool down a bit, getting some much needed rest. The ear flapping becomes quite automatic, I suppose. Cool themselves down enormously by flapping the ears. Going to allow you to listen to the more sounds that they're making. Susie, they are. Susie, you say they're majestic indeed. You're very blessed to spend time with them. You're blessed to be allowing them into their world like this. Only 10 meters away and they're completely unconcerned. I delve into a bit about elephant ecology this afternoon. A friend of mine from Amanzimtoti down the coast, Len, he wanted to know a few things about the way elephants feed and different types of trees that they've been feeding on and what management preventions we're going towards that. So I might try and find some of those trees, talk about what has been done and what is being done and why a lot of those techniques aren't working. So I speak about ecology of an area and talk about how important the shade is, even for the biggest of the big. These fellows who are very well adapted to the heat, they still need the shade. That sun is never ending. Gets very, very warm. You have to be well adapted to cool yourself down, and well, standing in the shade on the top of the hill, because they're on the top, on the crest here, everybody. That's why they're standing under these short little trees here, because this is where the wind is at its greatest. Down in the valley, there's almost no wind. The wind is sort of cutting across the slope here, so it's helping to cool them down. You need cool air to blow in to cool. I didn't quite get all of that question from Hula, but the ears are the cooling mechanism. The flapping and flapping is to cool them down. It's like your fan. In your car, your radiator turns and pushes the cool air. The calves learn very quickly that flapping and not flapping is part and parcel of cooling down. In the beginning, the calves flatten their ears against their bodies so as to not lose too much temperature, because they can lose temperature very quickly. That's a learned behavior, but I'm sure it becomes automatic after a period of time. Calves take the first few months to figure out how to work the ears. They're a lot easier to work than the trunk, so definitely master the ears before they do the trunk. So after a period of standing in the shade like this, you'll notice elephants will start eating quite frenetically, and they will be hungry. Some of you might know that feeling when you wake up from a nap and you're quite starving. Elephants are always hungry. Okay, well, we're going to carry on. We might catch up with some more elephants, but we'll send you over to Ambion and Gala, who'd like to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Ambion and Gala. And right in front of us, you can see we've just found a buffalo. And if you guys joined us earlier on, you would have seen that this is the same buffalo that we found this morning. My name is Trico, and behind the camera, I'm with Gert. I'm so happy that you guys can join us this afternoon. So yeah, when we found this buffalo earlier on, actually it was maybe 100 meters more further down from where it's sitting now, or laying down. And I was actually thinking earlier on, because we saw some tracks, a lot of lion tracks around, and also there were reports earlier on in the morning of this female lion actually making her way in this direction of where this buffalo is. So I was thinking maybe you could have maybe smelled her or something like that and even moved. But also that female could have deviated and moved off somewhere. And this buffalo decided that, you know what, let me come and rest here. And also if you look here, there's a lot of water here. So this buffalo got everything it needs here. So there's water here that it can drink and cool off since it's really, really hot this afternoon. And also there's some grass around that if it wanted to feed, it can feed on. Now take a look at its mouth. can see the mouth is moving, sort of in a roundish motion, busy grinding and chewing there. But we haven't seen it pick any grass from where it's sitting, and actually right close to where it is, it's just sand. So what that buffalo is doing is actually ruminating, because it's a ruminant. They have 4-chambered stomachs. So what will happen is, early in the morning, this buffalo would have been feeding around, chewing the food, but not properly chewed, and stored it in one of the stomachs. And then right now I just decided to lay down. As you can see, it's laying down on its sternum, leaving a bit of space for the food to go up and down. So what happens is it will regurgitate the food it ate earlier on, re-chew it again, make sure it's nicely grinded. And one of the advantages of being a ruminant is that you get more nutrients from your food that you get. And actually, if we just sit here and just look on his neck, there's what for him to chew. As soon as he swallows, you can actually see him regurgitate the food, and you see his body moving. So I think for now, we'll just spend a little bit of time with this buffalo and see what he does next.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human. For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Hi, it's me, Trishala. I've got Mpo on the camera, and we're here at Treehouse Dam. We're just sitting in the shade for a little bit because it's really, really sunny and quite warm. But, handbrake. There we go. Yeah, so we're just spending some time in the shade here, and hoping for some cool things to come down. Always valuable at this time of the day, especially for birds, to come down to the dam and just wait. Definitely not as valuable as it is in the winter season or when it's drier, because at the moment animals can go anywhere to have a drink, but tends to be quite good for birds. So I'm going to sit around here and wait and watch. At the moment, I can hear a lot of activity, but I can't see much. Even our blacksmith lapwing are not around. Here we go. Oh, game drive radio. Sorry about that. It'd also be nice to see some terrapins, dragonflies, things like that. It seems like it's still quite warm for anything to be moving. At least there's a nice cool breeze, coolish breeze. Well, my ultimate hope would be that some elephants would come down and have a swim, but it seems that Mike in Pridelands has beat me to that gem of a sighting, so why don't you go over and have a look.
So we're just watching some elephants having a bit of a play fight in the water here, and now it turns out that there's some more elephants approaching right now. And Willem has said if he clicks his fingers again, we need to start making our way away from here. So it's getting pretty exciting. Everyone, my name's Mike Anderson, and you've joined us at Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy with Niels behind the camera. I can hear the other elephant, but I cannot see it. I think you've got a good view of those two elephants playing in the water. It's quite spectacular. Normally, we look at these elephants from the bank using a vehicle. Now we're on foot on the dam wall itself. It's quite an awesome experience to be relatively close, but still unseen by these animals. It's always the best way. We'd always like to remain and not disturb any animals from whatever they're doing naturally. And these two elephants are having a good play fight. Oh, I can hear the other elephant now. Can't see it. Sounds like it's feeding. Wonderful. But we're in a very high area, so we're fairly safe where we are. But the elephants do sometimes climb up the bank here. So these two elephants here have just come down the bank and are playing in the water. The other elephant is just down there. It's probably going to want to come up the bank. This is a nice hot afternoon. Oh, I can actually see it moving just through the bushes there now. I don't know if you'll be able to see it from where you are, but probably hears all the splashing sounds and probably wants to come and join these other two bulls playing in the water. Now, these are two young bulls. No, old enough to be out on their own. They've been kicked out of the herd, but no, not old enough at all to be challenging any big bulls like Izulwini, the dominance of any herds. Really spectacular to be on foot here. You can hear the other elephant moving around. I think he's just changed direction. Yeah. He's just changed direction. He's moving. He was feeding on the bottom of the slope just over here. Now he seems to be moving away, probably looking for the shallower way to come up this bank. This way we're standing right now is really the steepest part. There's no way for them to come down the bank here. There's not really a way for them to come up easily. But you can see there's a carpet of elephant dung here, so there's really a highway. You can see elephants often coming here to get up onto the banks. Now I can see that elephant, he's just coming up here. We might just have to move back slightly. Can you just see him there, coming up the bank? I think let's start to move away from this elephant, because if he comes up this bank and then feels like we're a bit too close, he might not like it very much, and we don't want to disturb them. So 50, it certainly is cool to witness this kind of behavior, especially when we're not on the receiving end of these kind of behaviors. Those two playing in the water, we like to keep it that way. The other one might come up the bank now. He's just moved in front of us. I'm sure you saw that. Oh, there he is now. See it on the bank there. going to have to stand up there just so it sees that we're here. We're going to start making our way backwards from this elephant because he's going to walk up this wall. And I don't want him to feel threatened by us. All right. So if you want to just put back slightly. Let me just grab the back here. You can see that elephant there's seen us now. And he's like, oh, there's people. I'm just giving him a bit of space, letting him know that he's in charge. Not running away, not cool. Okay, once we make our way for this elephant, I'm going to send you over to Tswalu.
Again, Tswalu produces. I mean, look at how cryptic that lizard is. It's a ground agama that we're looking at, relying completely on camouflage, but at the same time using the elements or using the environment to heat itself or to get its body temperature. A very beautiful female that we're looking at. I mean, one would think being exposed like that, it risks being taken by predators and on, but camouflage is the biggest advantage that she would have, just almost relying to be as same as that at buck. I mean, at one glance, you don't really see it. I mean, look at when BK zooms out, you almost lose it. Beautiful, beautiful. Very interesting thing is, even with reptiles, you would see they would develop color, especially the males. Now, we spoke about why it's important to have color. Now, there's various reasons, as one would go into detail about seeing in color. One would be advertising presence and status of the animal itself, and the other would be to be a warning to others. But look at, even after it has moved, it almost takes position in a way that would mimic the wood. I mean, it has just moved, but gone against standstill. Can get a bit of orange there, a bit of yellow, but the males are more impressive when it comes to color. Rough scales obviously helping it with moisture. Leanne, these are very beautiful lizards indeed. I mean, look at the detailing, as I was mentioning with the scales there. I mean, everything in perspective to almost matching the bark. Catching the last sunlight before sunset. Obviously, because it's a reptile, we all know they would depend heavily on the elements. What preys on a ground agama, Lisa? There's quite a few things that I've seen go for a ground agama. About a week ago, I don't know whether to say fortunate or unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate for the ground agama. We found a boomslang, which is also another beautiful snake, a green one in color, that went for this ground agama. And boomslang is actually a hind-fanged snake with hemotoxic venom, meaning that it affects your blood clotting cells in your blood, and you could see it biting it several times and waiting for the venom to take action on the reptile, and then slowly started swallowing it. There would be other things like the hawk. The hawks that we get here, your kaba goshawk, your pale chanting goshawk, the juveniles would definitely be going for that. If things like your kori bastard can get their beaks on it, they'll definitely take advantage of that. So we'll leave this lizard still sunning itself while we send you over to another very beautiful location in Africa.
Well, there's only one way to cool down everybody out here. Only one way to truly cool down. A proper pool party, Linda. A proper pool party. We're really blessed. We hoped they were going to come and at least have a drink and do something, and the youngsters went straight in. Having such a, what we say in South Africa, such a jaw. Makes us a little bit envious, to be honest. Pridelands seem to see this all the time. I've only seen this a few times in Djuma. Pridelands was a daily event. That side. Truly blessed. You can see that they really have fun doing what they do. It's not just cooling off, there's actually enjoyment. You see buffaloes lying in the mud. They don't look like they're having much fun. Well, Senak, the sunlight obviously dries their skin. Their skin's very wet now after going into the water. So the sun would dry it off. So when it's dark, it just still shows that it's wet or covered in mud. Obviously the colour of mud that they cover themselves in will also stay after it dries up. Seems like this afternoon is hot enough for everybody to be enjoying a pool party.
Right, so it absolutely is a swimming day. As you can see there's two elephants. One of them is lying in the water, and the one that's dry, standing on the bank, that's busy throwing some mud on itself. That is the elephant that we just had come up to us when we were up on the dam wall itself. So we moved away a short distance, and then it turned around and just went back to where the other ones were. So all was well in the end. The elephant seems none the worse for wear, and we're all 100% healthy, so that's always good. But yeah, just always good to... Oh, there's more elephants arriving. Look, looks like there's more elephants arriving. So it's always good to be aware that we are part of the natural environment. We are going to come into contact with some of these animals, but can always resolve any conflicts before they escalate into anything not so great. So it looks like a mother and a youngster. Now, I don't know if there are other elephants that are going to come with her. It could be the one female and youngster that we saw being pushed off by a bull elephant yesterday. Looks about the right size and age. Maybe one of these bulls that's there is exactly the one that was harassing her. It all looks peaceful right now, and it's very hot today, so she's not going to stay too long away from the water. She's going to want to get a drink, especially if she's got a youngster. Behind her, you can see another elephant dust bathing. I can hear lots of trumpeting. There's plenty more elephants coming, I'm sure. Todd, the elephant population in South Africa is absolutely growing at a phenomenal rate, with elephants being protected species. And their breeding is actually super good. So in big reserves like the Kruger National Park, which we are a part of, the elephant population is rapidly increasing, which is both a blessing and a curse in a way, because they can be very destructive. As you can see, right now what I'm sitting on is a tree that was pushed over by an elephant. Now, here on Pride Lands, elephants were blocked from coming here for about, I don't know, almost 50 years. And so a lot of these trees and vegetations grew where normally elephants would have kept them in check. So it looks really destructive right now, but eventually there'll be an equilibrium. But certainly the elephant population is growing at a huge rate. In fact, many people who come to Pride Land say that they've never seen so many elephants in their life. I mean, there almost seems more elephants here than in places like Chobe, which is renowned for having one of the largest elephant populations and densities. Here comes another herd with a tiny baby. 2 tiny babies. That's amazing. So you can see the elephant that was drinking just in front of her is a tiny little calf. All coming down to what used to be an old trough when this was a cattle farm. Of course, Pride Lands was cattle, and that was one of the troughs that they used to keep the cattle watered. It's no longer a trough. In fact, that's the reason why this dam was created, because there was always water there. And this is all natural water that's collected from the rain. Wow, that's spectacular. Oh, and our young elephant bull has decided to go and have a proper swim now. He's finished mud bathing, and now he's having a proper swim. Oh, it's so great to see. I'm glad to see that one single female wasn't alone. I was a bit nervous when I saw her alone with the calf. It seems like she's part of a big herd. I wonder if that's Susan's herd. I know Susan's herd had a couple of youngsters in it. From this distance, I can't see. I mean, you all know Susan by now, those of you who've been watching for a while. She's this feisty young elephant cow who has tusks that come very close together. You can easily recognize her. And there's a few more elephants now coming over the dam wall. There's been elephants here the whole day. There's not been a single moment since about 9 o'clock. There hasn't been an elephant in this waterhole. Well, guessing an elephant's age is not so simple once they reach a certain size, but a rule of thumb is when an elephant's born, as long as it can fit under the mother's belly, then it's probably under a year old. The moment it no longer fits underneath the belly, then it's probably going to be 2 years or older. And then once it starts to get little nubs of tusks, then we'd say it's probably about 3 years old. And then often the mother elephant will give birth to her second calf when it's about 5 years old. And so when you see a mother elephant with a baby calf and a little bit older one, then you'll say that's probably about 5. And then from there on it gets a bit trickier. It gets much more tough to tell an elephant's age. We kind of just guess their ages from their sizes. But recently, with some of the researchers in the area following Tswalu, I've been asking them, what are the ages of different elephants? And for example, some of the big elephant bulls in this area, like Kumo, for example, we used to see a lot, who had the scar on his trunk. I used to tell people he must be in his mid-40s. He's not even in his mid-30s yet. And I think, as far as I remember, Tswalu is probably not even 40 yet. It's like 39 or something. So elephants can get a huge size. And none of the elephants that we're seeing here, those two swimming, are probably weighing about 3 tons. And I mean, a fully grown elephant bull is probably going to be twice as heavy as that. And the heaviest elephant bull ever recorded was over 10 tons, in Angola, in fact. And that is just phenomenal. That's 3 times the size of any of these elephants that we see here at the waterhole today. And how spectacular is that? Just imagine having elephants that size. Of course, it's all genetic. Elephants grow throughout their whole life, but the body size and shape is slightly different depending on the genetics. It is amazing. It's amazing that the elephants are constantly coming down here, never stopping. It's one after the next, after the next. I mean, and it's just going to get more and more. As Pride Lands, or as the surrounding area gets drier, this dam here, Ndlovu Dam, is going to get more and more and more elephant activity because it's one of the only water holes in the whole area. And those ones are taking full advantage. Like the rest of the herd is now moved, where those two are swimming, the rest of the herd is actually moved towards the shallow, muddy part where they're actually having a bit of a mud wallow. But they've got very tiny calves, so they probably don't want them to go and do what these two are doing and swim like that because they're so small they could easily get squashed or stepped on. There's some sort of warthog. There is a warthog that's moving away from where the rest of the elephants came. I think it was mud wallowing before. It's decided that it's no good anymore. Move out of the way of the bigger animals. I wonder how many elephants are on Pride Lands right now at this moment. Must be more than a few hundred. In Boston, Quenga next door, that area has, the warden said, probably about 200 elephants right now. And that doesn't include the ones here on Pride Lands. And we must have almost the same amount. So that is a significant portion of the Kruger Park's elephants right here. A bit concerned about the elephants. There's so many and the water levels are so high. I mean, our camp is still a little bit underwater. That these elephants are actually digging more and more at the dam wall, that spot there. And if they actually break through too much, it will actually erode the wall and we'll lose all the water. Which would be a bit sad. Gabby, that is a good question. And in fact, the biggest elephant herd I ever came across wasn't even during the day, it was at night. It was a full moon in Botswana at one of the eco-training camps there. And there must have been about 300-400 elephants walking in the Matlautsi River, which is a big, wide, sandy river, not just dissimilar to the Limpopo. And they were walking in big, long column in the moonlight with the moonlight glinting off their backs on the white sand. It was absolutely phenomenal. And you could just hear these rumbles. At that particular spot, there's a big sandstone wall that's called Solomon's Wall, and it reverberates the sound like an amphitheater, and you can just imagine 400 elephants rumbling and trumpeting as they walk along. It was an incredible moment. I'd say that's probably the largest herd of elephants I've ever seen. It probably wasn't even one herd. There's probably a number of different groups, that had joined up because there wasn't much water in the area. So they all went probably at the same time to go and drink water. I mean, all these elephants that we've seen, like these two swimming now in the water, if there was not other opportunities for water around, you'll find them all coming at the same time to this waterhole. Because there's still lots of water in the area, you'll find them dispersing. So you'll have drips and drabs coming back and forth. And those two having a good wrestling match. You can see their trunks intertwined, tusks together. And their tusks are quite short, so it's not so difficult for them to extricate themselves. But you can imagine when there are these 2-meter-long tusks tangled in with trunks, and they can I wouldn't say easily, but they can break. It's terribly uncomfortable. It'd be like breaking your tooth. As long as you didn't damage the nerve, it's not painful, but it's very uncomfortable. I chipped my tooth once playing rugby. I was much younger, and that was terrible enough. Imagine having a tusk that's 2 meters long and getting a chip in that. Oof. Well, looks like swimming time is over. I think that's the young bull that approached us earlier. He seems like he's maybe finished with his swimming. Wants to make it... No. Things could get interesting. The slightly larger bull. So getting up. Having a last little sip before moving off. Maybe to follow the rest of that herd of elephants that came past earlier. Right, so these elephants are not going to be sticking around too much longer. I think they're probably going to leave, and we're probably also going to leave and see what else we can find in the area. But in the meantime, I'll send you over to Shala for an update.
Glad that Mike's had it. I'm glad that Steve's had it at the dam. So now I'm making my way on Rebecca's Road to make my way north and then maybe get into Buffelshoek if there's space up there and go to some of those big dams like Kayamanzi Dam. I think we'll be sure to find some elephants up on that side. Apart from that, it'll take a while to make our way up there, so by that time the sun might be a little bit softer and there might be some movement on the predator front too. And it's been a while since I've been to Buffelshoek. When at Tingana, he was just into Buffelshoek. I mean, he was almost, you could still see Djuma, you could still see the cut line. So I wouldn't call that exploring Buffelshoek. So let's take a nice drive through there. We'll just have to make our way through the central parts of Djuma first. That's why we're using Rebecca's Road to get up. I can already feel the sun starting to settle, actually. I'm enjoying just taking it easy today. Like I've said to you before, whenever you don't have any expectation of the bush, some of the best things happen. I just saw a little squirrel curled up in a bundle in the street. But of course, as soon as it saw me, it's gone. It was just in the silver cluster leaf. But yep, that's the one. Don't see it. It was curled up in a little ball. It was so cute. Come on, show everybody. Nothing. All right. Let's keep moving so we can get up to Buffelshoek. Road is always an interesting road. I've seen a honey badger here, lots of chameleons here, I've seen a shadulu here, I've seen Tingana here. So never know what to expect. So let's take our chances as we head to the north and see what we can find in Rebecca's on the way.
Welcome back.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Staying one step ahead is the key to survival out in the African wild. And now you can stay in front of the pack with a Wild Earth weekly newsletter. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you will get exclusive behind-the-scenes stories about your favorite guides and camera operators. Information about our upcoming plans and projects will be delivered to your inbox every week before anyone else. And you can hone your guiding skills by taking part in our Identify Me nature quizzes. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Welcome back to Twin Dams, everybody, where we are eagerly awaiting more elephants to turn up to the watering hole. Our previous 5 finished swimming and are now just behind the bush from us, feeding in the sun while the sun warms their body once again. We don't dare go back out into the sun because it's hot. You can see a couple of them. It's so wonderful to see a small breeding herd swimming. I can't say I've often seen females actually enjoying the water. I've seen them walk through water and come out the other side, but to actually go in, and just before you came to us, this breeding herd, the female went to drink, and the youngster just went straight in. I think she couldn't contain herself. You know, when you go down to the coast on holiday and all the kids go straight in the water, and some of the older adults are a little bit, you know, there's a process to it. They don't just go straight in. You know, my mom is like that. She has always struggled to just go straight in the water. It takes quite a lot of coaxing. But this female looked at them all going in and had so much fun that she just sort of slid in, and then she actually floated into them. It was the weirdest thing, because she kind of knew that her body was going to be buoyant, so she sort of just slid sideways and then floated down the slope. It was really quite pleasant to watch. They're very buoyant, everybody. I've discussed before the remnants of what was probably an ocean-going animal. Elephants' lungs are attached to their rib cage. So it makes them very buoyant in the water, makes them very, very aquatic, very easy to swim. You can imagine a big animal like that. The buoyancy, first of all, actually helps them to be buoyant, but having lungs attached right to the top of your back, it just keeps your spine up. It's very helpful. And that pleasant feeling of being a very heavy animal losing all sense of gravity in the water. You can know that that's how whales and all of that feel. The elephant seal and the walrus on land. There we go. Here comes another herd. JP, you want to know where the elephant's ears openings are located? Let's see if we can get them for you on this female as she comes through the bush. Tell me if you can get it, John. On her ear there. Just where her ear goes in. Okay, she's going down. We'll try and get it for you, JP, as she comes out into the open. It's exactly where you would expect it to be, JP. It's right there where our ear is, sort of just behind the temple. So the big, broad earlobe, like we've got as well, has got many functions in many different animals. But the ear itself is right there up against the side of the head, in the perfect position for hearing. We're being snuck up on. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this female. She's grazing in the bush just next to us. You might be able to hear her. There she is, kind of behind the car. Hello, Mama. Oh, it's a young lady. So she's the one who slid into the water before. She's behind the car. It won't make it very easy for us to show you her ears. Maybe if she comes around. One of the elephants will come out into the open in a moment. I don't want to move. So yes, of course, they learn what to feed on by their parents, and so they will avoid certain poisonous plants. You don't see them eating euphorbias. Down in the Eastern Cape, though, they eat lots of cactus-like plants. Here we go. Now we're going to be able to show you the ear, where the ear is. You can get right in on that ear. Oh, don't turn. Of course she's going to turn. Ah, there we go. You got the ear hole there, hun. Oopsie. Right there, sort of behind the eye, the hairy patch with the little indentation is the ear. So, for example, elephants learn what to feed on from their parents. So down in the Eastern Cape, there's lots of succulents that they can eat, and there's some that they can't eat. So they learn which ones they can and can't. Up here, though, elephants don't eat succulents at all. They leave them alone. The succulents we get up here are poisonous for the most part, and so elephants avoid them like the plague. But there is a succulent that has evaded or invaded much of South Africa called the prickly pear. It's a South American cactus that actually is very well used for making tequila. And it has invaded many parts of South Africa, but down in the Eastern Cape, the elephants have eaten it all. It doesn't grow that crazily in areas where you find elephants. But up here, on a reserve I worked on once, prickly pear was quite a problem, although there were lots of elephants. The elephants hadn't learned that this was a succulent they could eat. Because anything else that looks similar to that, they've been told or taught not to eat, or they never were shown to in the first place. So they'll avoid it altogether. Okay, so we've all seen the ear of the elephant now. The largeness of it. These little youngsters here are very close to mum. They were having such a wonderful swim. So once again, the relaxed nature of elephants. We've had this female in the open for, a few minutes, and then the calves come and join. Now, that is a very good indication that the herd is relaxed. There's no way they'd be separated like that if she had any animosity or difficulty towards you. Little family portrait. I bet your friends across the way are jealous you were swimming and they haven't gone swimming yet. Katie, no, there's way too much weight in an elephant to use its tail for balance. Maybe in a time gone by, but elephants, the tail doesn't weigh much. It's very insignificant from that point of view, and they don't climb trees and they don't run very fast, so there's no real need for them to have some form of counterweight. Their counterweight is their enormous bulk and their ability to coordinate their legs. If they don't coordinate their legs, they will fall over. That is a very important point. So you'll see that they always move 2 on one side and then 2 on the other side, constantly shifting that balance from one right shoulder to one left shoulder as they move. They can be put off balance and then they'll fall over, and the tail, there's no way the tail will be able to assist in righting the balance. I don't think any animals, apart from the fast ones or the agile climbing ones, use a tail for balance. So monkeys, cheetah, leopard in the tree, balance. Serval uses a tail for sort of a counterweight when it comes to jumping. Other than that, even baboons, it seems like baboons have sort of lost the need for a tail. It just sort of seems to be an appendage there that just hangs. For most animals, it is a fly swatter to keep the huge number of biting flies from the nethers. It's a very important element out here because you don't want flies biting you on the rectum, where they will lay eggs, and that will lead to all sorts of complications. Okay, well, our other female has finally decided she's had enough to eat. She's going to come and drink, and she's getting a little bit excited. Let's see if her youngster gets as excited as her. See, when they start walking downhill, they get excited, their head starts to sort of shake. I have no doubt Alarimola, the sand gets everywhere when they dust bathe. But just like us, it comes out again. There's probably some form of earwax that protects it. But most of the dusting that they do goes over the top of the head or underneath, so I wouldn't say it would be an enormous issue. But as you know, when you go to the beach, sand gets everywhere. Nothing a good shower or swim can't fix. There we go, Johan. You told me the other day you've never seen animals at Twin Dams, and now, here we go. It does come. It does have its days where there's nothing here and then suddenly it all happens. Beautiful images here this afternoon of elephants, beautiful serene waters. Well, Linda, a female elephant calf will stay with the herd for life until that herd splits and maybe forms its own herd. But a male will be pushed out at 14, 15, 16. He'll follow the herd for a few years still. Depends on when he gets scooped up by a group of boys. But a young female will stay with that herd for life, keeping very close relationships with them. But there is a 3-year calving interval, so a female with a calf of 3 years, she's invariably about to drop another calf, or in the process of. And that calf will still try and suckle, will still try and pester mum. Mum has to be quite sort of vigilant and quite sort of pushy to say, don't suckle me, this is for your little sister or brother. But both will stay very close to her. They won't leave for many, many years. Okay, well, we're going to stay here enjoying the scene, and we'll send you over to Trish.
I am playing hide and seek with some kudu. They're just behind the mound. They're popping their heads up every now and then to have a look at me. This one just stretched its neck out. He stretched his neck out and just looked. Yes, hello. We are here. That is so curious. Look at that little one. Your ear is as big as your face. That was quite funny. You see how it went back and went through again? Kudu are just such magnificent antelope. Really, really gorgeous. But sometimes they can be difficult to put on camera because their flight response is quite immediate. And they prefer to be in areas where it's nice and bushy as opposed to open areas. I think they've stopped playing with us now. In open areas, they're more exposed, and quarantine is quite an open area, so they can be a little bit more nervous. Now, those big ears accommodate the fact that they spend the majority of the time around or in bushy areas, because in bushy areas, the sound gets distorted quite a lot. So you need extra help to be able to hear properly. That's when they've got these big ears. It's a product of where they spend most of their time. Oh, well, that's pretty. It's been a long time since I've seen one of these. I'm just going to move a little bit. Gerald, you'd like to know if they're different kudu species. There's the greater kudu and the lesser kudu, but they're not different species because a kudu is just one species. So it's just a variation in a species or a subspecies. Look, everyone. I'm sure Giraffe Girl will be very happy, as well as many of you who like the giraffes. I haven't seen one in a while. That's nice. Oh, isn't that beautiful? A nice bull. He's got many oxpecker friends on him as he makes his way across quarantine slowly and deliberately. Something very regal about him. Thought he was going to stop and have a snack there. Let's try and get round and get a better view of him. Peekaboo kudu and some beautiful beautiful giraffe. Actually, there's a nice sizable herd of the kudu there, so we will come back and spend some time after we swing around to this giraffe. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Steve. He's still at the dam, enjoying the illies.
Well, we're taking it real easy here, everybody, as this elephant female fell asleep with her trunk in the water. Now she's realized that she actually wants to provide shade for her daughter and has turned to do so. We were just discussing before how some elephants are so excited to get in the water and others just won't go in at all. This one is way too prim and proper to be swimming in front of all the children, you see? Boys don't have such qualms, elephant bulls. They just see that little youngsters like, Mum, I'm not done yet. Can't I go in? Please? Oh, there we go. They're going to go hide in the bushes now. A low down on the landscape, once again. The magic warriors. Zakim, you want to know why elephants knock down trees? Well, first of all, they feed on trees. That's one of the reasons. They feed on the bark, they feed on the roots. You see much more damage to trees in the winter months when there's far less food available. Elephants are able to access nutrients out of the tree that no other animal is really able to access. Porcupines can dig and eat tree roots, but that's it really. No other animal really knows how to eat off of those parts of the tree. An elephant pushes a tree over to feed on the roots, and what that does is it enables other animals to feed on the top of the tree that it's obviously damaged. So it's a process of facilitation. So that tree then that's fallen over, of course, shame for the tree, but it's very part and parcel of what goes on out here. The shade that tree is providing has changed its angle. It's now providing food for other animals. The tree might die. Sometimes it doesn't. For the most part, it doesn't die. It keeps living. But if it does die, many, many insects and organisms can actually move into that tree to continue their life cycle. So elephants are a very, very important element in this ecosystem. We call them ecosystem engineers because they have the potential to change the shape and structure of the landscape. And although it often looks quite destructive, it is very, very important to the system. They're not out to say, hey, how much damage can I do? They're just being elephants. They're feeding on the bark and the roots and the leaves and the fruits. And they dig and they drop enormous amounts of dung on the ground. But we're going to find a couple of trees and show you some of the elephant action and some of the feeding so we can answer some of the questions that my friend Len asked me. I told him I'd do them on the show so that we can actually show a nice practical example and I wouldn't have to type him out a very long message. It's much easier to show practical examples. So after this, we're going to move on, now that it's a bit cooler, go find some elephant activity, and we'll also carry on with how and why they push trees over. Show some of the microhabitats that are created by a tree that's fallen over, how that tree then encourages other plants to grow underneath it because of the change in shape, how it also shades the area and then catches seed and allows for grasses to proliferate in an area where they probably would have been overgrazed before. And there are so many organisms that benefit from that behavior that's actually uncountable. How many? Now they didn't go to the shop and buy their tusks. Their tusks were evolved onto them. Humans do a lot of damage to trees with tools that we physically make. Elephants were born with them. And the tusks, although important for fighting in males, their primary purpose is for gouging into trees to get the bark. So it's an evolutionary adaptation that the elephant, with its long nose to feed in very crazy angles and heights, has evolved the tusks and to access food that other animals have no concept of. Well, Rivki, it's hard to say who mixes with who, but elephant herds most certainly do mix. You'll find many, many elephants coming together and hanging out in the breeding season. Many of them are related. Many of the breeding herds are females that know each other for a long time and have only just split off because maybe their family unit has gotten a little bit big. They moved off. They have to move out into large, expansive areas for food. But at certain times of the year, many, many herds come together. And there's definitely communication, caressing, recognition, and like a massive big Christmas party that takes place. Youngsters that have known each other before reenact or sort of associate themselves. Babies that are brand new get reintroduced to family members. It really is quite something to witness. It really is very, very beautiful. And then they break up again into their smaller units of 2, 3, 6, 10. But whenever you see a herd of maybe more than 15, that's more than one sort of breeding herd that's together, moving together. And anywhere bigger than that, that's a multiple aggregations of breeding herds. They're very civil with each other, very tolerant of other females. It's always really a wonderful animal to spend time with.
We stopped as the dusk was settling and there was a zebra mare underneath the bush. She was lying down. We didn't really know what was happening, and then we saw it.
Everybody, there's a zebra giving birth there. There's a zebra giving birth. This is a zebra giving birth. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, you clever mare. Well done. It's born, everyone. It's born and it's alive and it looks fine.
This was, of course, an unusual sighting. Normally, herbivores like impala and wildebeest and zebra will give birth during the middle of the day. This is when their predators like lions and hyenas are fast asleep. But as this little foal took its first steps, the dying embers of the day had just gone over the western horizon, and it was just the time that the hyenas and lions were starting to get active and go out foraging. This is why we didn't light up the sighting, of course. It may have compromised the zebra's eyes and at the same time attracted those hyenas and lions to the activity.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sub-adults and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
I've lost the giraffe and the kudu. The kudu have walked out way that side, and the giraffe is way this side. So let's see if we can manage to get the giraffe, because at least he'll be easier to see with his height. I think I see his head. I also want to just tell you that I said that the lesser kudu was a subspecies. It is not. It is a full, it is a completely different species. The lesser kudu, that is, and they're more often found in the forest areas. Hello, impala. Don't worry, you're great too. We're just going to the giraffe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The herds on quarantine are so relaxed. I've got a question about how we tell how fresh the tracks of an animal is, but I cannot get the name of the viewer. Hold on though, I will get help. Nope. Backkeep? Backkeep? I hope so. We can usually tell by environmental factors. That's the best way. So if it's rained, that's a good thing to think about, because the rain will be either be on top of the track, so the track will be on top of the rain, and then you'll know when it rains. So that's a good indication. Wind also. If wind actually can throw you off, because when a track is fresh, the edges are very crisp, very sharp, and with the wind, even if a track is fresh, it can round that sharpness. That's something else to consider. But a fresh track will be nice and sharp. It also, the soil underneath the track is recently compressed, so it doesn't have time to have been moved about by other animals, by grass, by wind, anything like that. So it almost looks shiny. So that's another good way to tell. And most importantly, actually, is if there aren't any other animal tracks on top of it, that's a good indicator. And if you have nocturnal animal tracks on top of your tracks that you're looking at, then you can also know that it's probably from before the nocturnal animals came out. Otherwise, their tracks would not be on top. So it's about using all those things to find your timeline, where you think, based on all that information, at which time or time period that track was made. At least we saw a giraffe. He's going in towards Tumbeta House and the bush around there. We won't be able to follow him through that area. The sun is nice and soft now, so Steve must be having a ball at the dam. Let's go over.
Thanks, Joshua. We tried to leave. We tried to get out, but it's just not happening. The elephants have said, no, you're not finished talking about us today. Sorry, man. We've got a nice big boy behind us, yeah. He's having a little We'll park off in the shade there. Let's get a nice view of him. We are going to talk all things elephant ecology, but while we've got these ellies doing their thing, we might as well just have a look. What do you think? He's busy grazing. Very soft eyes. I'm just going to stop there. You see, there's just a size difference of him to the female. So to carry on with that previous discussion, you don't really find females pushing trees over. They do push over small sort of trees, but they don't really have the necessary strength to push over the big fellows. That's where bulls come in. And bulls will also do it sometimes to show how strong they are and to impress the ladies. And sometimes young bulls in muscle just smash trees left, right, and centre. It's like a showing off sort of game. I don't know if it really works, but there's a sort of lot of human anthropomorphism in that. We get young boys who behaving in a certain way to impress, whether it's attractive or not. It's debatable. That still happens. Sort of an ego battle. But big bulls like Johan and I had Isolweni on Pridelands pushing over a massive marula like it was nothing. And he just pushed it over like I push over a blade of grass. And all of the ladies in the area, including some of the men, were able to access that tree. They then fed on it, and they were all like, yeah, Isolweni, big man. They were very impressed, as were we. So that's another reason to push over trees, not just for yourself to feed, but to impress the ladies, which I'm sure we can all understand. And yes, a lot of the time, the trees get pushed over do die, but many of them, and I'm going to find you some examples, don't. There's the way that they grow. There's two different types of hormones in a plant. There's the auxins, which are the tips of the leaves which grow towards the light. And those of you who've got a plant in your house that you don't rotate, it grows towards the window. So if you keep turning it, it'll grow straight. But if you don't, it grows towards the light. That is because of the auxins. And in the roots, something known as gibberellins, which cause roots to grow towards gravity. So if you put a plant in a vacuum, the plant would know what to do. But anyway, we'll find you some examples while we send you over to Mike.
So what you see in my hand here is the leftovers of some animal's lunch. And this is actually the stinger, the tail and stinger of a Buthidae scorpion. Something that's very dangerous to us as human beings. This is the part over here which was connected to the scorpion's body. And this is the very muscular tail that can curl up. And this here is the stinger. And that's the vesicle where the venom is stored. Now this scorpion here, if it was to sting us, we would almost certainly have to go to hospital. It's got very, very potent venom that acts on our nervous system. So if this scorpion stung us anywhere on our body, but most on our chest or the upper part near our head, we would have trouble breathing. We would get heart palpitations. We'd have trouble even swallowing or speaking and blinking. We would sweat. We'd be dry. Our mouth would be dry. It'd be a very strange and uncomfortable experience. I've never been stung by one of these, thank goodness. But it's quite nerve-wracking even just holding it in my hand. Because I wonder, this is quite fresh, because the meaty part here at the bottom is still a little bit moist. So I think some animal, maybe last night, caught this thing and ate it. So I know honey badgers, for example, are quite good at, resisting the venom of many things, from snakes to scorpions. Civets will also eat these kind of things. So it's very interesting. I know a host of mongooses are also very quick. Now, what might have even happened, it's quite possible, is that a mongoose or another animal very quick would have grabbed the scorpion by the middle of its tail, or even by its body, and flung it very quickly. And you just keep doing that until its tail actually comes off, and then you eat the body, the juicy part, and you leave this tail, which is full of yucky venom, which probably doesn't taste that good. But venom is not dangerous to us if we eat it. If I would squeeze this venom out into my hand, if there was any in there, and drink it or eat it, it wouldn't hurt me. It probably wouldn't be great for me, but it wouldn't affect me like venom. Venom needs to be injected to your blood. The enzymes in your mouth and the acids in your stomach actually destroy the venom. Poison, on the other hand, toxins that are in the things like a millipede, if I would eat that, then I would become uncomfortable or very sick, because that is not destroyed by our acidic stomach acids. So that's very interesting. I've never actually seen one like this. I mean, I've seen these scorpions quite a lot, but I've never seen a tail itself that's been separated from the body like that. You can see it's covered in these hairs. I didn't quite catch that. I'm not sure if there was a question there. If you could try and repeat that, I'd love to answer it if it was a question. I love answering questions, especially about this kind of stuff. I'm just going to manipulate this slightly just so I can show you. You can actually see. Rivki, this stinger is made out of chitin. Oh, there's another interesting creature that's on me now as well. The stinger is made out of chitin, which is a very hard substance that the exoskeletons of many arthropods is made out of. It's very resistant to any sort of attack, and it keeps the moisture inside the body, keeps them safe, and it gives structure to the body because, of course, this being an arthropod, or piece of an arthropod, it is completely without any internal bone structure. So that's what this exoskeleton and this chitin does. It protects the outer side. And all these hairs here are very, very sensitive. So when this scorpion was alive, anything that touched any part of these hairs would have been quickly attacked or defended against. Now, there's another interesting creature that's climbing on me now I'd like to show you. With all the grass around at this time of year, we are getting a lot of ticks. So you can see this little creature moving very fast on my hand. Oh, and it's fallen off onto the ground. I'll get it again. This here, oh, no, it doesn't want to move. It wants to stay on my hand. This is a tick, and they are very nasty things. They can bite, very uncomfortable, ugly things. It's gone now. I'm going to leave it to go. So let's hope that that tick disappears and doesn't climb on me anymore. It spread all sorts of nasty diseases. But the question was from, I think, Lena K, about whether this stinger might still have venom in it. I'm a bit nervous to find out, to be honest. I'm very gingerly holding this thing. I'm feeling quite nervous a little bit, actually, of accidentally poking myself with it, because it may well have a bit of venom in. So one of the reasons why you should never, ever, if you find a snake dead somewhere, never, ever try and pick it up, because if you just accidentally scratch yourself with one of its fangs, there could still be venom in there, which can affect you. So you must be very careful. Same with this thing. I mean, I don't think that it can easily eject this venom, because normally it would use muscular contraction to squeeze the venom out and into your body. So if I maybe gripped this top part here, the vesicle, this part over there, if I squeezed that and poked it into me, then I probably would envenomate myself. But I'm a bit nervous to try because the venom is very potent. I'm going to see if it's actually still flexible. Just going to move it in my hand here. Oh, it's still very flexible. So that's, of course, what the scorpion is looking like when it's ready to attack. I don't know if you can see that. Has its stinger held close together so that if it needs to, it can eject forward and press the stinger into the body of whatever prey it wants. And they don't often envenomate if they are defending themselves. To be honest, venom is a very, how can I say, energy intensive chemical to produce from the body. It's like saliva. It's a modified type of saliva. I suppose you'd call it in a snake. On a scorpion, it's probably a little bit different, but it takes a lot of energy to produce this high, potent venomous substance. So they don't want to inject it if they can. So many times scorpions and snakes will sting and bite without actually putting any venom into you. That's called a dry bite or a dry sting. I don't know if scorpions control it as easily as snakes do, but it's often that snakes bite and don't put venom in you. They're more likely just trying to scare you off. It's never worth the risk of assuming these by a snake because you're handling it. You should never try and handle these things unless you're a registered snake handler or don't know if there's such a thing as a registered scorpion handler, but you should never try and handle these live animals, because if you get bitten, there's every chance. I'll leave this stinger on the ground now. I'm not going to take it with me, although it's pretty cool. There's a man who comes to do first aid for our new students, and he shows us snake fangs and things, and I'm sure he would actually love to have one of these to show the students. But in the meantime, whilst I find a nice place to put this where no one's going to accidentally step on it, we'll send you back over to Steve.
You just hear him moving through the dense bush. Now, this kind of vegetation that's grown up here is because of trees pushed over, the shade that trees create that are pushed over. And elephants are also important at opening that sort of thing up. Bush density, let me move forward here. Bush density is a reality. And bush thickening is actually on the up in these areas. Of course, we are seeing damage to certain trees. It's okay, my beautiful boy. We're just going to park right here and allow you to come out into the open. You see how tall that grass was that was holding him in there. Now, that's allowed to happen because of trees that are damaged. All of these trees here have got some form of elephant damage to them. The fruits themselves as well. I mean, there's a whole grove of marula trees that he's just walked through. No doubt they've all sprung up from an elephant, a whole lot of piles of elephant dung at some point. And here he continues to feed through the area, depositing vegetation as he goes, doing small amounts of damage at the same time, taking organic material from the tree that's locked up and putting it through his digestive system, that in 7-8 hours it comes out the other side, broken down to a point, but ready to be freed up in the nutrient cycle, fermented for many organisms to feed on, for many organisms to lay their eggs in. Oh, and it's also full of gas. That's the fermentation taking place. LT, I'm not sure exactly. I've asked that question a couple times this week, and I mean, they must be after they're able to feed on trees, so until they get tusks. Obviously, small twigs are easily broken, but big trees take a lot of effort. So you'll notice that calves at the age of 4, maybe 5, are starting to use their tusks to break sticks, but I wouldn't really say that they're breaking trees. A little 7-8-year-old the other day that was pushing trees over in front of us. They're very strong and very heavy animals. But when it comes to feeding, they often, when they're young like that, will pick up scraps that mum's fallen or dropped on the ground, or they'll just eat branches directly off of the tree. It takes a bit of skill to get those tusks in play, and it's definitely a sign of becoming an adult when elephants are able to use their tusks efficiently, not just to gouge into trunks, but also to break, like all the gentlemen out there will know, and all the ladies who've made a fire before in your life, and you take a stick and you break it on your knee. That leverage point elephants use their tusks for, and so that helps them to break branches as well, sometimes very big branches, but in the beginning, just small ones for the little fellows. Oh, it's delicious grass here. So when I said earlier that we'll see lots more damage to the trees in the winter months because there's so much grass available still. When there's plenty of food available, elephants will feed on what's nutrient-rich and what's good and juicy. But as the season dries and the grass diminishes, they move over to trees, and that's why we see so much more damage. And the trees are adapted to it as well, to the droughts and the dry season, so they take the nutrients into the bark and into the roots. But the elephants know that, and so that's why they push them over. A lot of the reason why these plants take the nutrients into the roots is because of fire. It's a fire-driven ecosystem, one that when fire comes through terrorizes the landscape, it seems. Far more damage than elephants can do. And yet the rejuvenation after a fire's passed is unbelievable. The system has evolved with elephants. It has evolved with fire. It has evolved with disturbance. Remove either of those from the system and it will collapse. I'm going to move up a little bit and get a look at his face. Got a very wrinkly bottom, this fellow, doesn't he? He's wearing his big boy pants today. He's very relaxed, though. Very relaxed. We've been with him for some time, so we know that he's calm and cool. So he's going to stop here, and if he chooses to come any closer to us, is that right, Johan? Through the common spike thorn. So if you have a look at what he's feeding on, where that grass is growing, and then you go to the next bush, all of these have somehow been influenced by elephants. And look at how the grass is growing underneath the bushes. So that's what elephants do. They create these microclimates. Now that grass is able to produce enormous amounts of fuel for fire, enormous amounts of vegetation for eating, enormous amounts of seed for the plants to proliferate and to move into areas where they're overgrazed, enormous amounts of habitat for organisms to breed in, insects, small birds, small mammals, you name it. So many little niches and nooks and crannies here for animals to hide out in. Much of it created by the activity of these giants. See how he's moving the branch out the way? They can do that. Not many other animals are able to move the vegetation out the way to feed on the grass. Nathan, age 13, I don't think they want to be leaders of the herd. The men, here we go, there's going to be a small bit of interaction between these two bulls. This younger bull's coming to say hello, and the bigger bull is far bigger than him. He's going to teach him the ropes. He's not going to come and fight or anything. He just wants to come hang out with the bigger fellow. Nathan, when elephants, there's lots. Here we go. Let's see what happens. There's some chatting. Hello, old sir. Will you teach me the ways of being a man? I shall, young Padawan. I shall. So, Nathan, the men have got their own way and their own things to do. They are a matriarchal-driven society. The females have influence on the males up until they're 14, 15, and then they've got to go off like this fellow here and hang out with bulls and learn what it is to be a bull. And I honestly think life is far easier being a male elephant than being a female elephant. You hear those screams over there. You never hear bulls making those noises. Nothing bothers a big male elephant. He's got all the time in the world to feed, to do his thing. Let's move up slightly more. Keep showing us his very wrinkly bottom. Not that I mind, very wrinkly bottom, but I wouldn't mind seeing his very pretty face. There we go. They are everywhere. So the bulls come in to mate, and once they've mated with the herds, they're pretty much on their own. They go do their own thing, hang out with bulls. They fight a bit, compete a bit, they swim, they play. To be honest, the life of a male elephant seems to be an idyllic life. Nothing bothers them. Everything moves out the way, even if they're young. The only thing they really have to worry about is bigger male elephants. And generally, the bigger elephants are quite chilled if you defer to them. If you, like that young bull came here and he's like, hang on, I see you there, sir. I see you. I bow down in front of you. I give you a bit of praise. If you do that, Elephant Society, you're going to get on just swimmingly. It's just respect. In any society, it's all about respect. Respect your elders, and they will let you go by, let you do your thing. I can't stop looking at his very wrinkly bottom now, yeah.
Ever since you mentioned it.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Right now I'm sitting in an elephant scraping, digging site. And they obviously were looking maybe for some roots or some soil. Maybe there's a root sticking out right over there. And maybe they were looking for just the soil to bathe on themselves. How do I know it was elephants though? It's a good question. Well, their feathers are right here. It's a feather right there and a feather right there. So the feathers, people don't know this, but younger elephants have feathers. And so this was probably a young one that was bathing here. Of course I'm kidding. Before anyone gets a lot of questions about that. This was not an elephant. Elephants first made this, but what these feathers are from is probably from hornbills, most likely from southern yellow-billed or southern red-billed hornbills. And they were using this exact spot here that the elephants dug up to dust bathe. So you can actually see some of the evidence just off to this side of us over here. So you can see here a lot of signs of the wings. So this is one wing over here, I believe. And I think this was another wing over this side. And this is where the body of this bird was. And now some of you might have questions. Why on earth do the hornbills come and bathe in dust? It's because hornbills and many other birds actually have oil that they secrete from a gland on their back or on their vent, or not the vent, on their back, that they then rub through their feathers to keep them shiny and clean and hooked together and nice and sleek. And that, of course, helps them to fly very effectively and also be a certain amount of waterproof. You know, they always say that, like water off a duck's back. So that's because of the special oils they have on their feathers. Now, of course, when you're putting oil on your feathers, it's going to start getting a bit gunky if you have too much oil there. So what these birds tend to do is that they then come into some soft dust like this. So you'll see just how dusty this is. If I do this, you can see how much dust is being thrown up there. They take some of this soft, dusty sand and they'll throw that on their feathers, and this soaks up some of that oil, so they have not as much excess oil. Then they'll fly to a small water hole where they'll then bathe in the water, which then rinses all that dirty, muddy, oily stuff off their feathers, and they can then groom themselves or preen themselves to make them look nice and clean again. So it's a constant cycle that these birds have to do. Groom themselves to make them look beautiful. It doesn't only help them to fly, it might also help them to attract a mate, a female. You know, males are usually colorful and beautiful. Hornbills don't really have too much differences between males and females, but they still need to look good to attract a female. But enough about hornbills and their dust bathing antics. I've got something else I wanted to show you, which is just over here. Actually, just a little bit earlier, we found, I don't know if you'll be able to see them clearly, a couple of marula fruit, or the nuts anyway. So here's a young marula nut, which is not yet even fully matured yet. So it actually just looks like a stone. It doesn't even have any capsules which have any of the nuts or seeds in it. And if I put this one down, this one here is a mature marula nut where the kernels have actually been cracked into. Now, what animal might have done this? I'll let you decide. Looks like it might have chewed through the back end over there in 3 places, but also used very sharp chisel-like teeth to open up this side of the marula nut. Now, the nut that's inside there looks a lot like a pine nut, and it tastes very nutty as well. I mean, it's delicious. In fact, in the Shangaan culture, which is the main tribe in this area, and their culture, to give a gift of marula nuts is an incredibly, it's a very important gift of friendship, because it's very hard to extract these nuts here. So if you can get a bag of the marula nuts for someone that you care about, and you give them that bag, then it's considered a great gift of friendship. So whilst you all think about what might have chewed into this and opened it up, we'll send you over to Tswalu.
Welcome back. Look at what we have here. The common eland being one of the biggest antelopes, or being the biggest antelope that we do find here in the southern Africa. A nice big herd there, a couple of youngsters also. New life is always welcome. Look at that. Nice big bull in the middle of them also there. A very iconic animal that the Hottentots or the San used to idolize a lot. And one can imagine as to why such a majestic animal had been idolized by people like that. I mean, look at how big this animal is. Impressive. One of the few antelopes where there's the exception of the rule, where both male and female would have horns. Also a gemsbok to the right, just getting my bearings right there, approaching the herd. And you can see the size difference. That gives you a comparison of how big they are as compared to your oryx or your gemsbok. Look at that. I've heard people saying close to a ton that has been recorded in body mass. Probably one of the bigger herds that I've seen here in Tswalu of common eland. Latin, I like how you portray it, an eland's convention. Yesterday, just before we closed the show, I asked people to send in comments about what they know the collective noun of giraffe being. And I sure as much learned a thing or two yesterday. So, yeah, that's a very good way of putting it. Put it at the back of my head. Remember that one day. They look very startled. They're very interested in something. Maybe it's us. There's also a helicopter that has been flying in the far distance. Maybe they're also hearing that. That's why they're not too sure. You can see it just trying to figure it out, what's happening. I've been trying to keep quiet every now and then to see if we could hear when they move. Often when they do move, you can actually hear the clicking sound. And that has also raised a big debate, which I will not engage into, as to why they make such a sound and where that sound comes from, and is it even a sound that they can control. I've had so many theories, so I'll leave the viewers with that thought. Maybe a bit of homework for the viewers to go try and find out what they find about that clicking sound that these animals produce when they walk. Oh, that looks like kindergarten. How many lions could take down an adult eland? I've seen two big male lions take down a full-grown female eland. So it would depend on the skill of the lion to start off with. Are they equipped enough? Do they have the experience? I mean, if it's still young lions that are learning how to hunt, it is a bit of a task for them to go for something as big as an eland, and also something that would fight back. If it's a pride, also, it also depends on how many in that pride, and also how many are experienced in the pride. So all those factors would come into play. But one for one, it would, I mean, look at the size of that bull. BK, if you go a little bit to the right, I mean, look at that. The size of the neck. So it would be very interesting. Beautiful, beautiful male. So I hope that answers your question about how many lions would take down an eland. I mean, I've even seen cheetah go for young eland. And indeed, these valleys really do produce a good view, good scenery. I mean, look at how vast the Tswalu is. Majestic land. It's also very interesting to see it as green as what it is now. Usually, the Kalahari is not as green as what you are seeing now. I know that it is called the Green Kalahari, and it's pretty much because of the summer season or the rainy season when it is as green as now. But this does not happen very often. We've had good rains in the last 2-3 months back, and this is what has given birth to all of this. Doesn't look like these eland are going to be doing anything much from here. So I'll send you over to Juma with Steve to lead you through. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, there you can see remnants of a tall marula tree that's had very small amount of damage to the base of the trunk. The elephants have used their tusks now. Many programs in and around the Kruger, the private reserves around, have looked to put sort of fencing, wire around trees like that to prevent, on knob thorns and on marulas, to prevent the elephants from gouging into the tree. And it works for the most part. It prevents some elephants from gouging in, but then they just push them over, like this one. So there's nothing to stop an elephant pushing over a tree. The best way to do it is to actually anchor a whole lot of rocks underneath, sharp sort of rocks all the way around the bottom. But to do that with every tree out and about is very, very difficult. And there are conservation projects around that are looking at the efficiency of it, looking at how effective it is. And it's working in some places, but it has to be managed and has a constant affair. So this marula, although it has been broken in half, still alive. So I find quite incredible. Quite incredible. So it might still grow into a beautiful marula specimen later in life, but it's been gouged. There's actually some resin over here that's come out. I'll bring that back to the calf, where a tusk smashed into the side here. But the elephants are looking for the bark. They're looking for the bark, which is loaded with nutrients, and although they don't eat a lot of the bark, they eat some of it, and this gets dropped on the ground, and where it sits creates a shadow, creates a water patch, creates a seed bed, creates a microclimate zone. So in permaculture or sustainable agricultural practices, cut and drop. You cut, you drop in place. Those nutrients that were locked in the plant are going to provide nutrients for the microorganisms and for the plethora of organisms that live in that environment. And that together with the elephant dung, like this over here, the small little nugget of an elephant dung, is loaded. There's all sorts of fungus growing over here. And let me come a little bit closer here, maybe make that a bit easier. This is just a small little nugget. There was one there, 2, 3, 4 as across the road. And I'm going to break this open, then I'm going to put it back exactly where it was, because that's where it's meant to be. See what we might find in here. It's a little bit damp. There's a couple little insects, a couple little grubs living in there. And this fermented smells quite nice. It's very fresh. This is much easily broken down than that bark I just showed you. So that bark will take a few seasons to break down. This will take maybe 1.5 seasons to break down. And all those leaves and nitrogen and all that carbon and all that material will be broken back down into the system, into the cycle. And where it sits on the ground as well, provides that little shade element. So I'm going to put it right back where I picked it up, over there. So there's a little microclimate right there doing its thing. JP, locals don't really use elephant dung out here. It's not a harvested thing, not like in Asia where they actually make paper out of elephant dung, because it's actually very easy to make paper out of that dung. Dung here, though, can be used to burn, to cure headaches and to get rid of mosquitoes. It is, and especially in the wintertime, elephant dung is loaded with medicine, and it can actually cure headaches. And by inhaling elephant dung in the dry season, you're taking in all sorts of plant medicine. So it could be all sorts of things. You just be careful, but probably nothing toxic that's going to kill you. But it's really, really nice to burn some elephant dung. It does smell quite strong. Make sure that if you're with a friend or you're with a girlfriend, you burn some with her as well, because she's not going to let you in the house if you do it on your own. You're going to smell quite bad. I'm only joking, you won't smell that bad, but it'll be quite noticeable that you've been saging yourself with elephant dung. Okay, so that's a couple elements of the marula tree. The knobthorn tree is also being impacted quite heavily by elephants, and the concerns there is that our knobthorns are the breeding grounds for many of our large raptors, notably the vulture, martial eagle, many of the large raptors that we encounter. And so we are losing large knobthorns regularly to elephant impact and elephant damage. But then again, it is part and parcel of the system. My question is the number of impala that we find that prevent those baby trees from regrowing are probably more impacting than what the elephants are doing. I'm talking about impala. Hello. Have you eaten a knobthorn sapling any time recently? Me? That wasn't me. It was him. That guy over there. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
We're here at Kayamanzi Dam now, and I said that, Kayamanzi Dam, you don't know what you're going to expect. Lots of things happening here. Now we have an Egyptian geese family. Or family of Egyptian geese. There we go. Just enjoying themselves, and the two adults jumped down, and all these little ones, these goslings, were at the top of the ridge, trying to make their way down, and one at a time. They were brave enough. Finally, everybody is down, and it was very, very cute. It's quite nice to see Egyptian geese at this age, because so often we see them as adults, and we see them as tiny little goslings, but we hardly get to see them at this kind of juvenile stage. You can see the coloration around the eye starting to come in. The beaks have not changed yet, though. You can see it's still that grey-blue. They'll still need to change to a pink. Looks like they're having a great go at the grass, though, enjoying themselves. They're also quite a noisy bunch already. Isn't that sweet? Well, Kayamanzi Dam is a humongous dam. I think it's bigger than Chitwa. In fact, it's definitely bigger than Chitwa. Patricia, they certainly were cute little goslings. I must agree with you, they're very, very cute goslings, Patricia. But look at Kayamanzi Dam. I'm going to drive the boundary or the edges of the dam. So those would be nice areas if I were a leopard and it was too hot during the day. That would be a nice area to settle in, some of the bushes around this dam. So I'm going to have a look around there, keep an ear out for alarm calls and other spots of cuteness like this Egyptian goose family. Gorgeous, nice reflection of the pink clouds in the water too, but I think Pridelands might have that gorgeous sunset captured a little better where they are.
You can see we've got a spectacular sunset ourselves. I just thought we'd stand here and watch it for a moment, because it is absolutely wonderful to see these vistas, especially when you've been on foot after a long day in the African bush. And you just stop and you have to just look at that. It's really spectacular sunset. The cloud cover always makes it so dramatic. Leadwoods, Maruda trees, golden and red inflorescences of these grasses just fluttering in a gentle breeze. Really is nowhere else I'd rather be. Looking down at Ndlovu Dam and the Eco Training Camp. Beautiful. Emily, I agree. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like an African sunset. There's other places in the world where they're beautiful, but there's nothing like a sunset in Africa after a long day of safaris. Long and successful. Top it off right now would be Pixie Panned female and her 2 sub-adult youngsters coming down to Ndlovu Dam, which is just a couple of 100 meters away from us. It's exactly the time when they would start doing that. Come and have a drink before their night patrol. Oh. No. I thought it was an animal coming to the waterhole. It's not. My imagination. I've been looking at the sun too long. Now I've got these white spots in my vision. Totally worth it. I don't know, apparently Steve's also got a sunset, but I don't think it's going to beat ours. I'll send you over, and you can decide for yourself.
Well, everybody, just sit back, enjoy, and just breathe it all in. Chris says she just loves these segments. Well, Chris, so do I. I'm sure you can all tell. Balto has no words. Well, no words are needed. And the tree that has been damaged by elephants has formed the framework of our beautiful scene today. A knobthorn that has died and will decompose into the soil. There's a lot of grass growing up underneath it, as discussed earlier. And that carbon will be released into the soil. Or will be released as ash when fire burns that place. The amount of insects and organisms that it brings life to over the years is profound. One act of an elephant has created the life cycle of millions of small little creatures, many without a name.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human. The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the wire snails that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. Kuanzia miaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at and Beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through and Beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Welcome to the waterbuck crossing the road. I don't know if you saw it. You were anticipating him running into frame as you came back to us. It was live, of course. Very hard to predict exactly what's going to happen live, but young, see, you smell him. They got a very musky smell, waterbuck. Beautiful, boys. Don't run, boys, don't run. Two young boys there. They leave quite an aroma behind. A big male waterbuck have got a very, very, very strong smelling musty smell due to the chemical on the skin, which they secrete to keep their fur from getting too damp. Where are you fellas heading? That way. You see their tails are definitely not for balance. It's the windscreen wiper tail to keep the flies away. People invented pants. Before that, I think it was a bit of a problem. Garments of some sort. Flies are always looking for that soft little bit of skin to bite, to lay their eggs. Okay, well, we're on the move. We're heading back into the area where we left our leopard tracks this morning. Vera, no, it's only the male. Only the male waterbuck has horns. They're sort of a close to water specialist, so the males have them for fighting. The females don't need them, as they are a hindrance running through the vegetation. That time of night when the predators are going to start moving. So we worked very hard this morning to follow a male leopard. Didn't seem like he crossed out, so we're going to go back to the last track. Maybe we'll bump him in the road. Could be quite nice. Find out who he is. There's lots of thoughts this morning from me about who he could potentially be. I wonder if you all have had any guesses or thoughts. Who could he be? Well, we'll find out shortly. Meantime, we'll send you over to Trico at Watering Hole in Ngala.
All right, welcome back again, everybody. So yeah, we're still in this water hole, and sometimes it's just nice to just sit here and just wait, because some other large, even small mammals, just before the sun goes down, they'll come down for a drink. So sometimes it's nice to just sit there and just wait and be patient. That's all you need when you're here in the bush. You need a lot of patience. So we're just gonna sit here, and then every now and then we'll see some hippos pop their heads up and then back down again. So yeah, I think let's just sit here and just see what else would make its way to this waterhole. I can also hear a bit of sound that is coming from the left-hand side of this waterhole in the thickets. I'm just wondering if maybe there's some animals coming to have a drink. For now I can't see because it's quite thick in there, but I can hear sort of some movement or steps of something that it sounds like it's coming through. Just wait it out. I think it almost sounds like branches breaking. So maybe probably even an elephant. But we just have to wait just a little bit so that we see what's coming down. Okay, do you ask do we have any grey herons? Yes, we did. We do actually. So earlier on actually in the morning, on the morning drive, we had some 2 grey herons sitting in the far side, on the right hand side of this waterhole. So yes, indeed, we do have grey herons. And also you can't really see a lot of bird activity around this waterhole. But you can hear a lot of vocalization around. So normally, this is the time where these birds have to be very vocal. They're quite territorial, so they have to let the other birds nearby that, I'm still in my territory, and also announcing that they're going to be off for the night. But we do have some other night birds that might come around here, like a spotted thicknees. Sometimes we'll see some cosses, some bronze-winged cosses around. There's the hippo there, just popped its head up for a minute. So in a pod like this, there'll be actually one dominant male within this hippo pod here. And then some few satellite bulls. And they are allowed to hang around this waterhole as long as they're submissive to him. Also, there will be some few females that the male will have along with the young ones. But so far, I've only seen just about three hippos for now. Look at that splash. Darren, I believe your question is how common are hippos in Ngala? They're very, very common here. And actually we do see them quite often here. So they're really, really common in Ngala. And also if you look over there, there is a duck just came through here. Can I have a closer look to see what it is? Oh, look at that. Look right at the back. There's little ducklings. So what you're looking at there, if you can see on your screen, you'll see the beak is sort of reddish in color. There's a bit of brown on this bird. This actually is an Egyptian goose. Some tiny little chicks on the back. How amazing is that, eh? Looks like Mom is taking them for a swim lesson. That is just incredible. I'm trying to count how many I can see. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, Maybe about 6 or 7 in there. It's actually 6 of them. That is so cool. I mean, it's so nice to see this goose still having actually quite a few young ones. Because out here in the bush, it can be very, very dangerous for those little ones. So she's done really, really well to keep them to get to that age. Nathan, absolutely, hey, this is amazing. I mean, these are the things that, normally you don't see quite often. And when you see this, it's just special. This is nature at its best, eh? It looks like now she's done for the swim. I don't know, let's wait a little bit and see. Maybe she might go back for one last swim lesson. Lara, that's actually a good question right there. Lara, I'm not too sure, but I'm happy to find out for you, and I'll come back to you. Looks like they're moving around and also just picking up something to eat. Like a little bit of vegetation and a bit of seeds before maybe probably call it for the night. JP, I believe you asked the survival rate of these ducklings. So the survival rate of these ducklings is actually quite low. As you can imagine, there's a lot of predators here. Sometimes you lose the eggs to, rain. And things like leopards wouldn't hesitate, taking down those little ones and feeding on them. Your jackals wouldn't even hesitate. Hyenas as well will go and pick those eggs. So the survival rate is really, really low. But I mean, if you look at her, I mean, she's done really, really, really well. So I just hope that she keeps those little ones until they're older enough, until they are independent. So the last viewer asked me a question earlier on. I can't remember the name. Apologies about that. You asked me where do they lay their eggs. So the eggs are going to be laid on the ground. So under some grass somewhere, and the mom will make it nice and neat. And the eggs are going to be laid on the ground. Right, I think while we are still sitting in this waterhole and taking it all in, I would like to send you over to Steve for an update.
Welcome back live, everybody, where we are in the area of those male leopard tracks from this morning. And we're hoping we're going to be lucky. It's going to switch off. Have a little listen. Kudu ears on. While we do that, let's just appreciate that little view over there. Jan, is that nice for you? That view through the trees. It's a gorgeous afternoon here in Djuma today. The autumn nights. Nice opportunity to just listen. Although leopards do call quite loudly, they're often not heard over the roar of an engine. Not saying that this male leopard's going to be calling, but he might be. Sounds like a bow saw through a plank of wood. That's my version of it. And it's called sawing, if you've never heard it before, the term. Lions roar, leopards soar. Night birds are in song. Fire-neck nightjars are calling. Pearl-spotted owlet is calling. Jackson, the silhouettes are amazing here. The colours, the beauty that nature is. We really are blessed to be out here in moments like these. And amazingly enough, everybody, happens every day, twice a day. Slightly different this colour, slightly different that. A little bit more cloud, a little less cloud. Probably one of my favorite things to do. So fulfilling. It really builds up your energy. Just sitting, enjoying nature. And for the most part, you can actually do it for free. Okay, and well, we better go do our job then, shan't we? Someone's got to work out here. Can't just sit around enjoying beautiful views. Beautiful views. And in that time, it has led to the need to grab my spotlight. Not that we can see very far off of the road, to be honest. This is a first gear sort of mission. So to my mate Len from Toti, I hope you are watching my explanations of the trees and the protection of the trees. Obviously, it's just not sustainable to protect every single tree out there and, to cover them with wire, which has worked to a degree to prevent them being bark strips. It's just led them to being pushed over. So, yeah. The cycle continues. I think we will see a loss of a lot of these large trees before we see the recovery. Debbie, I was going to ask you how Shadula doing, because I have no idea. I haven't seen her since I've been back. She's been very rude. She hasn't come to say hello to me once. I've been asking, I've been looking, hasn't come to find me. I don't know. Where's the bush baby? Yeah, right. Oh, is in the middle of my, you see where the black spot of my light is? Let's see if you can get it. Some people, I know, don't believe these exist. Can you see where the black part of my light is? Yes? Okay. Okay, can you see the eyes? Right in the middle of that black spot that I'm putting on the tree.
Yes.
Sitting for us nicely there. Let's see if we can get him again. There, the eyes should be reflecting for you. Okay, come on. There is a bush baby. Are we gonna get him? Okay, we're gonna go infrared. I don't know if that's gonna work. Yay, bush baby. Now, those of you out there who believe these to be mythical creatures, they are indeed real. They're another nocturnal animal, very small mammal, in fact, a galago. Tree dwellers. This is the lesser bush baby. Feed on insects and tree sap. And they have a tendency to urinate on everything. So I had a friend who rehabilitated a couple and they just urinate all over you. So if you're into that sort of thing, bush babies are the way to go. Not that I encourage people to be having wild animals as pets, but sometimes rehabilitation programs require parenting, some form of parenting. I don't know all the... It's gone, hey? Oh, there we go. It's down. Can you see him in the bottom there? A little dark patch on my light. He's moving. They're very inquisitive fellows. So sometimes you can make some funny noises and they'll come out. LT, they're probably quite similar actually. There we go. There he is. They're probably about the same sort of size and weight as a squirrel. Whoopsie. They can jump incredibly much further than a squirrel. They've got prehensile toes. Like us, they're able to grab and to move their front foot and their back foot. They leave the most ridiculous tracks. Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Bush Baby, for playing so wonderfully with us. So, from a weight point of view, they're probably a little bit heavier than a squirrel. But I'd have to look into that. But they look pretty similar. They look pretty similar indeed in the size category.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
I'm so glad that Steve found a bush baby. I hope that you managed to get a good view of it. That is spectacular. Really, really fun to watch them and to find them. I would love to find a bush baby tonight. Sorry, I just have to show you this dead tree with the colors behind it. We've been having the most spectacular sunsets. It looks like a painting. Look at that. That is so beautiful. A lot of the time, it's not about the animals that you find out here, or spending time with them, or seeing these high intensity and high action moments, but it's about seeing these things too, and finding the beauty in what's so ordinary for the bush. But you don't get to see this in the city. You don't get to see dead trees with this expanse behind it. so much space. There's always homes and buildings, the sound of cars. And this is half of the joy of being out here. Half of the joy of being out here. Now, if we just had the moon in the middle, that would be great. But the moon is directly behind us, rising in the east, or risen in the east, and we're looking out towards the west there. So pretty. All right, let's get going. I'm still in the mood for a last-minute leopard as well. Aren't we always in the mood for a last-minute leopard? So I'm going to try my luck around Zoe's. Hi, Sakit. I'm sorry I called you Bakit last time. Couldn't hear what was being said. Sakit, how are you? Would you like to know when is the best time to go on game drive? I'm so busy going, yes, I got that view again, so I can correct your name. I mean, the way I pronounce your name is fine, obviously. But the best time of day for game viewing is the early morning and the late evening. So about 5:30 onwards in the evenings, a great time. Because about 5:30 things are starting to happen, and so then by the time, any time after that, you've already got established sightings. And in the mornings, as early as possible is great. So 5:30 a.m. Anyway, Steve's got a night bird. Let's see which one.
It's not a night owl, it's a night bird indeed. It is one of our thickneys, and I do believe it is a water thickney. I can't really see it, so I can't tell, but I think it's a water thickney. It's getting a little bit too far, fortunately. That band on the shoulder, streaky plumage. Banks of rivers and lakes. Check. Okay, well, it looks like he's gone off. I had him for a moment, and now he's gone down the river. And on we continue. No luck with any male leopards in the road, I'm afraid. But we shall soldier on, everybody. There are more leopards to be found and more nocturnal animals to be located. More nighttime treats to be celebrated. Just going through the river here makes me think about my next little getaway. Yes, indeed, Pete, we are. This is the Mulwati. That is still slightly flowing. We can drive through it in some places, but we can't drive down it. It's just too wet. But talking about rivers, I am off. I just booked my tickets to fly down to George to link up with a whole lot of my friends, going up to canoe the Orange River in middle of April. Middle to late April, which I'm very excited about. I've never whitewater rafted before. I'm very excited. 3 nights on the river with 2 really nice nights at a hot spring not far from there, north of Agrabi's Falls. It is going to be spectacular. It's very far to drive all the way from here, so I figured let me fly half the way. Oh, and at least drive with people. We can split the costs, you know. Road trip. You wouldn't believe it. There's another bush baby. It's a bit far off, but we're going to come around the corner. If we get another bush baby for you tonight, and those individuals who've told me before that bush babies are mythical creatures, they don't exist, and you're not watching the second bush baby, well, then that's not my fault. We will have proof. We'll have screenshots. Bush babies. Bush baby. I think it's a bit closer to this spot here. Yeah, it's just in there. No, Johan, I don't think you're going to be able to get this on camera.
A little bit far. Wow. I see it, but it's not over there.
Jennifer, you want to know where they sleep? Well, if we have a look at a tree like this, a dead tree like this one that's probably been created by an elephant, and there would be a cavity inside there created by woodpeckers and the like, that is where bush babies will sleep. Anywhere in a tree where there's a sort of cavity, so things called habitat trees, sometimes the trees can actually still be alive when those cavities are formed, but many of the time they're not. So a tree that's been blown over by the wind, or the top's been blown over, can often lead, sorry, Jan, release the clutch, can often lead to the exact type of habitat hole that bush babies looking for. So squirrels and bush babies, pretty similar sort of habitat, or should I say environment that they occur in, but they've got a niche separation. We talk about separation, talk about niche. One is nocturnal, one is diurnal. Obviously, their food resource is slightly different, but they are two small mammals that occupy very similar lifestyles, but at different times of the day. So that leads to no competition between them at all. All the little nocturnals are popping out now. What else are we going to find? We're going to find a thick-tailed scorpion next. Haven't actually seen a thick-tailed scorpion here, so I'd be lying if I said, oh, scrub hair. Well, off he goes. Another small mammal that comes out at night. TJ, I reckon when the bush baby gets back from their nighttime party, they go and wake the squirrels up, and then the squirrels do the same in the early afternoon. And so I don't think they're best friends because of that, you know. They don't compete with each other. If anything, they would probably compete for some burrows and holes to hide in, but they probably don't even really interact in any way. But I wouldn't know if they're best friends or enemies. They're both two small little organisms that get hunted by many things. So they've probably got a lot in common. A lot in common. But they're constantly crossing that time barrier shift. Have you got him? Yeah, and he's in the road. Nocturnals, nocturnals, nocturnals. Gone. Of course he is. Just when you know, that's what we should do more often. When we try to drive home, they don't leave the road. So we should just stop the car, switch off, and then they just vanish. That's the trick. That is the trick. Raphael, I reckon their eyesight's incredible. The eyesight, the eyes shine back like lanterns. So, I mean, it's very hard for me to say how. That stick just exploded in front of me. You see the defense?
Got a piece of me.
Did you? Sorry, Anne.
What?
Nothing came through my block. I blocked it. I think their eyesight's incredible. I mean, you've basically just got to look at the size of the eyes to the head and know that they've got to be useful. For example, kudu have got ginormous ears on their head. Wild dogs or bat-eared foxes, huge ears. So the larger the appendage is, like the scrub here in the front of us, yeah. The larger the appendage is, obviously the more useful it is and the more keen it senses. For me to tell you exactly how far away a bush baby can read a newspaper in the darkness, I have absolutely no idea. But very, very keen eyes. It's gone again. Okay, so that is definitely the trick we need to learn from now on. Just switch off the lights. The scrub hairs vanish. It's like a magician trick, except we don't have a hat. The vanishing bunnies. There he is. Okay, Mr. Hare, really going to play this game all night, it seems. And you stop again, and you switch off again, and he's gone. Thanks, Johan. Sorry, I can't see what he's doing. So Johan has to relay that information to me, everybody. He's doing a bit of grooming. Getting ready for the night. He's got a date on the ground. The bush babies have got a date in the trees. There are many mammals that have evolved to be out at night because the temperatures are more favorable. But then their adaptations need to be so that they can obviously defend themselves. And defense is not always just about who can throw the fastest kung fu jab, but defense is often the ability to flee or hide. Well, Elizabeth, rabbits actually eat vegetation. They eat grass. So this whole idea that rabbits evolved to eat carrots is obviously not really real, is it? Obviously, they'll eat them. Who wouldn't eat a carrot? But both of them are herbivores. Both of them actually eat grass. They eat any types of grass. Their digestive system is quite sensitive, actually. I don't think there's some fruit or vegetables you can actually feed them, so you have to be careful. I heard there's all sorts of bunny groups and stuff like that. You can check it out if you don't know. So, obviously, everybody knows rabbits and carrots. So I'm pretty sure this scrub here would love a carrot if we gave him one, but we're not going to because we've got to save all of those for Lauren. Anyway, we're going to carry on and we're going to send you over to Trish for an update.
I fished out the carrots in a casserole or stew type thing. So he's asking, I think that rabbits do enjoy carrots. But no, it's not what they eat. They eat grass. Here we have some impala. I'm sure carrots must be like really, really tasty actually because they're nice and sweet. I mean, that's why I like carrots, but I like them raw, much like a rabbit. What about you, impala? No carrots for you? No, just good old vegetation out in the bush. Nice bachelor herd. They're looking quite relaxed. They're scattered all over quarantine, so that tells me that there's probably not a predator around this area tonight. At least not yet. And Paul, I have something creepy on my dashboard. Oh, never mind. It managed to parachute away to the spider. So no predators on quarantine for... And there's an alarm call. Let's just turn around. Let's just watch them. It's this group in front of us that's alarming. The males are not alarming, the bachelor head's not alarming. What are you looking at? Okay, let's watch these gulls for a little bit. See if they'll call alarm for us again. That is a priceless sound in the evening. Absolutely priceless. Potential for a predator. They're looking over at Mbeta House's pan. Okay, let's give it a go. Let's swing around. We can't go to the pan exactly, but we can go to that area. Wildebeest are also fine. Maybe they're just a little bit nervous. No, they're looking in that direction pretty intently. And also these males are not reacting. I just heard an alarm call again. They're still looking in this direction. It's unlikely that they were alarming at me, especially since I'm in the vehicle. If I was on foot, they might alarm at me. Okay, reveal yourself. Hi, Matthew. Say those impalas are on really high alert. Yeah, they were. So we're going to sit here. We're going to watch the scrubber. Hello, little scrubber. Looks like we've got some blacksmith lapwing friends as well. Just want to have a listen. They were looking out in this direction. Hi, Scrub Hair. Do you like carrots? What's that? Never heard of it? Oh, sorry. What's that? Never heard of it? Oh, sorry. No further alarm calls. The one thing that's surprising, or that's not surprising, you can expect that it's going to be frustrating. It's frustrating at night because there's no light, obviously, but you don't realize how frustrating it is. Especially when you're looking for a predator in the evening and you can only look where your light is pointing, and it could be anywhere. I'm sure you agree with me, Blacksmith Lapwing. But yes, half the fun is the chase. I want to just swing down this road, Walberg Eagle's Nest, see if something has, maybe some tracks even. Be great. Vehicles have driven down this road, so I would be able to see it. Oh, Trishana, don't fall out of the vehicle. Still nothing. You'd like to know what preys on scrub hares. They're the predator that takes scrub hares the most are aerial predators, so eagles and other birds of prey. But as we've seen leopards like scrub hares quite a bit. We saw Mulwati grab one. They can be quite easy to grab if you get them at the right time because of their behavior. Something is too close, or they've realized too late that something is around that could potentially hurt them. If they've realized too late, then they stay very, very, very still. And obviously, if you have great eyesight, crouching down, they take them quite a lot, actually. Anyway, let me send you over to Tswalu. They're having a great look at our glorious moon.
Yeah. Live. Guys, as you can see, we're just waiting for the moon to peep out just a little bit, slowly coming out there. The sunset this afternoon was cloudy, or was covered by clouds. It didn't have much of a dramatical sunset as the Kalahari always does. But I'll revert back to what I asked yesterday. Yesterday was a very interesting one for me, and BK was laughing at me. He's like, how do I get to even talk about that? Yesterday we talked about the moon, and I told you what I always saw and what I battle seeing. And that being, I see a woman, a very old woman, with a book on a chair that's rocking. And my colleagues and everybody else have tried pointing out a bunny or a rabbit on the moon, using those dark patches on the moon. I still battle to see that. So I gave BK yesterday a homework and said, BK, you go home and you go back and watch the clip and tell me what you think. So I'm hoping with the viewers, I'm going to get answers today of what you guys see back there, or what you've been taught, or what I don't know. Somebody please give me light. I'm very, very keen to see that, or to hear your answers back from home. There is a bit of cloud, but we will get past it. And I will draw the picture again from obviously going from the left top, going to the bottom, and then shifting to the right. Now, right at the very top, on the left-hand side, that's where the hat of the woman would be for me. Coming down, still on the left-hand side, that would be her chest cavity. Going to the center of the moon, that would be her hand and her book, and where the clouds are covering now, that would be the foot of the chair or the rocking part of the chair. That is my analysis of how I see it. Whilst we on that, tomorrow you will be led by Juan. He's the guy that's going to be taking you through the Kalahari from tomorrow morning. Myself, this is me ending today. It's been a very wonderful few days doing this after a long while of being in absentia. But we'll be back again. We'll be back again.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
It's the month of March, and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer, and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Welcome back live to Djuma, everybody, where we've caught up with another herd of elephants. Who knows, they might be related to the ones we had earlier. They're just out here in the open feeding. Debbie, they're pretty active. I mean, they go through a small bout of slumber at some point, but the elephant body has to keep eating. So they could go through that slumber in the daytime when it's hot. There might also be a point at night where they go into slumber. But other than that, they're pretty much busy all the time, moving and moving and moving. Their very large body requires enormous amounts of food. But their poorly developed digestive system doesn't really get as much out of it as they would like. So they have to keep eating. So elephants are either moving while eating, or they're drinking, or they're having a quick snooze. And they're really doing much else. The boys sometimes take out time for play. The youngsters can afford to do so as well. They get the nutrient-rich milk. Can you imagine chewing all day long? Okay, well, they've moved off. We are going to continue on. Okay, well, I was just gazing at the moon myself, and let's send you over to Tswalu, who I think's doing the same.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yeah, it's a very interesting one there. I hope I've really picked on people's brains. But yeah, I'm interested to hear those answers now. Now that Steve is also now on the bandwagon. Yeah, but there you can see it. I'll explain it once more. From the left, head, face, and body at the bottom. I see a crocodile, age 11. Okay, I'm gonna have to try figure that one out with the mouth open. I'd probably have to go inverted to see that. I can almost get the idea where the mouth is, but I'm still battling. Somebody just tried showing me again the bunny or the rabbit. I only see the ears of the rabbit. That's as far as it goes. I've lost the body and I've lost the tail of the bunny completely. But yeah, keep those answers coming, people. I'm very interested to now find out. My kids at home are also laughing at me, thinking, I don't know what they think of me now. But look at the craters. I mean, you can see where the asteroids have hit the moon. I see a man in the moon is one comment. Yes, I would agree with you. It might not be a woman. It's a figure of a body or a person. That I do agree with you. But yeah. Very, very beautiful. The amazing wonders of life. Who knew that one day we could reach that? Bushman, thank you very much. Somebody finally sees what I see. I'm very honored. I like that. And you also see the rabbit, so you'll have to explain more about the rabbit. But thanks that somebody's sharing the same kind of view that I have of the woman on the moon, or the person on the moon. I like that. One day when I grow old, that's where I want to go. Maybe we'll have a better understanding. In a few days, it will be a perfect full moon. Beautiful. Thank you very much, everybody, for those answers and comments. I am going to be sending you over to another very beautiful location somewhere in Africa.
So everybody, one of the coolest thing about the bush, especially when you're doing a night drive, is coming across this tiny little animals at night time. So what we got there is a flap-necked chameleon just sitting there. And surprisingly enough, we get to see them more at night time. And I guess that's maybe because at daytime there's a lot of predators around, like your raptors, that are much more active during the day. But at night time, there's not actually quite a lot of birds that are, quite active. But if you look at that particular chameleon, his color is actually the same color as the leaf that is clinging on. So that helps him a lot at night time to actually camouflage so that he doesn't get seen. Not just sitting there, waiting for any opportunities for any insects to fly by. Like your bugs and stuff like that. And he will just shoot out his sort of sticky tongue and then grab onto that particular insect that will be hunting. I mean, look at that. Even with the wind busy blowing, it doesn't actually fall off. But that also is because of the sort of shape of the legs, the front and the back. So they're almost like a plier, just grabs onto it. It doesn't matter how hard the wind is blowing, they will never fall. But also they have that prehensile tail that they use to wrap around the branch to be able to balance. How absolutely amazing is that? Sorry, Kerry, asking do they change color? I don't know if I get that question. Copy that. Okay, Kate, what triggers it to change color? That's a good question, Kate. So quite a few things that would trigger them to change color. So actually yesterday I've seen like about 5 birds trying to gang up on this chameleon and change into this very, very dark color. So things like birds will trigger them. And even humans, sometimes if you try to get close to them, they get too stressed and they change color. So their colors can actually show you, what type of mood they are. So if they're very relaxed, they'll have, sort of like a greenish color. But as soon as they're stressed, they get very dark. So we're going to leave this chameleon be. But right now I'm going to send you over to Trishala and Juma.
Trico, I'm so happy you found that chameleon too. Do I have a chameleon competitor? Or a compelion, whatever you want to call it. Here we have a chin spot batis. It's nestled in for the night. But there's something very, very cool that's happening right now. So when I found this chin spot batis, it's a female, so it's got the chestnut patch on the throat and the chest. And with the infrared light, you can't see it. I think that's very cool. Oh, I thought it closed its eyes. Isn't that really interesting? With the infrared light. I wonder, well, it must have to do with the spectrum. But I think I'm going to have to research that, because that is really interesting. So you're looking at a female. Oh. Was that a yawn? A little bird yawn? So many birds, in fact most birds, at this time of the evening will be in the trees and will be spending the night there. Oh, let's send you quickly over to Ngala.
Alright guys, so just after we've left that chameleon, it's not too far from where we found the chameleon, we come across this incredible owl. And there it is turning its back around. So if you have a look on the sides of the eyes, you'll notice a bit of black. Actually, it looks like ears. And what you're looking at there, it's a Verruc seal owl, one of the largest owls we have out here on Ngala. And just like the chameleon we just saw, this owl is just sitting there and waiting patiently for any prey that might come past. For example, rodents, sometimes some other night birds. And I think the biggest sort of prey that I've seen this bird or this owl caught was a helmet guinea fowl. And it's such ferocious owls. Jerome, I believe your question is, you're asking how often do we see these owls? It's a good question, Jerome. I'm glad you can join us. They're very common in Ngala, so we see them quite often. But then also, you know, when you're driving at night, you have to have an eye out and be sharp to be able to find them, because they're so well camouflaged that if they're standing just on the side, like maybe in the bushes, it's so easy to drive past them. And we only saw it because it's just out in the open, but it was a little bit off this area. Actually, behind it, there's a thicket. We wouldn't have been able to see it, but they are very, very common here. Just look how it moves its head. Just wondering if maybe it see or maybe saw something. Maybe potential food. Just want to look around and see what it was looking at. It was mostly looking at the sky. Yeah, we actually have quite a few, eh? So we have this one that you are looking at, the Verruc's eel owl. We have some of the smallest owls, like the barred owlet. We have the spotted eagle owls. So yeah, we have quite a few owls out here, and also a Scops owl as well. Some white-faced owls. And also a pale spotted owlet. So yeah, about 6 or 7 different species that we see out here. Bradley, that's actually really a good question. In terms of age, with these big ones, Bradley, I'm not quite too sure. I might have to come back to you with the right answer. As you saw, guys, this owl just flew away. Maybe it thought, there's no enough food around here, and decides to go somewhere else in search for opportunities for food. But right now, I think we're going to continue driving down on this road and see what else we can find down here. All right, so earlier on, as I said, we're following up on some lions as well. Yeah. It looks like it's been really, really quiet tonight. So I think I'm gonna send you over to Trishala and Juma.
That sounded very, very cool, but I know the feeling, Trico. It is quiet tonight, even on this end. Well, chin spot baddest was cool too. She's a very rose eagle owl, I must say. Cooler and bigger, much, much bigger. So now there's just the last few minutes left of our sunset safari. We've had some beautiful sunset scenes. But what would be perfect to tie it all together? Sunset safari, last minute leopard. I know I've said it before. It's just I really want to find one. I know I've said it before. It's just I really want to find one. And it's amazing that we end up at the right place, at the right time anyhow. Thought I heard some sort of bark. I wouldn't call it an alarm call. Just simply a bark. The moon is really, really bright. You spent some good time with the moon and with Obi and Tswalu. Told you about all the things he sees in the moon, but it's very, very bright. It's quite nice. And we've also spoken about hunting and this type of moon. Chris, you'd like to know where Fernando is? Fernando is a chameleon that we spent a lot of time with. We meaning myself, the crew, and you as viewers. I have no idea where Fernando is. No idea. I hope that he's moved on to greener pastures. His bush at least is intact, next to the great big leadwood on Twin Dams. But that's as much as I can say for him. I'm not sure where he is, but wasn't he lovely to have around? He really was. In fact, that reminds me that Nathan, last night, I hope it was Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Have I got your attention yet? Nathan. Yesterday, you asked, how does a chameleon drink water? And we were perplexed because I said, well, they needed entire cheeks in order to create suction for them to pull up water. And they don't have the type of tongue where they can sit over a bowl and lap water. So, or over a puddle and lap water. So what is their story? Turns out their story is that they do lick their water. They can't drink, they can't create the suction needed to slurp up or to suck up water, but they do lick water. They lick it as little dewdrops or drops of rain that are on their tree. Pop their tongue out and just lick it. They don't shoot their tongue out, no need to exert that amount of energy, just to have a bit of a drink. So they just, when we just, before that chameleon we saw last night shot out its tongue, it kind of puts its tongue by its lips like that, and then boom, when it puts it like that, it can move it like that, it can use it like that. So that's what it uses to lick up little drops of water. I know, very, very interesting and quite cute. I hope you'll get to see that sometime. Alas, I think we'll have to save our chameleon search for tomorrow. For now, I'm going to slowly make my way towards dinner and camp.
We get asked quite regularly what are the differences between African and Asian elephants. We caught up with Haresh, who's from Leopard Trails, which is based in Sri Lanka.
Of course, size and weight is the first thing you notice. The African elephant is much bigger than the Asian elephant. Tusks. In the Asian elephant, it's a very small percentage of male elephants only who have tusks. I was told that there's a theory that the African elephant's ear is in the shape of Africa. The Asian elephant has a much smaller ear. The elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint
This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully, Dan Black, Liesel Apgar, and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
We're spending our last few minutes of drive with the most numerous antelope we have here, the impala. It gives us so much. It gives us sightings when we have nothing else. It gives us clues to the presence of predators. And it gives us thorough entertainment during the rut. So it's impala appreciation, the last few minutes of drive. That's what I'm going to say. Hashtag impala appreciation. Soon that rut will start and I can't wait. I really can't wait. I'd love for us to be together and we can watch and listen to their craziness during this time. Oh yes, let's go over to Ngala. They've got a last minute something.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So, as I mentioned earlier on, we were looking for lions. And as we were driving, we just came across these pride walking down the road. And it actually looks like they're all females, all 4 females. And if I have closer look, they look like the members of the Birmingham Pride. And I saw one female, she had her mammary glands sagging, so I reckon this is the female that is suckling. And you see they're walking and standing and looking around. So I think they are on a hunt looking for food. I mean, you can imagine that female has like 3 cubs. So she has to hunt. But unfortunately, guys, we're about to come to the end of our show. Yeah, it was great having you guys and have a great night. See you tomorrow.